Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, July 26, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
It would help if I unmuted. I apologize. Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Galante, absent, Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect, we have four commissioners and we have a quorum. Also present are the Chief of Police, the Executive Director, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on your agenda. At this time, we will go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Mr. City Attorney, Commissioner Sobroff, and our Inspector General. As I do each week, I'm going to report on our COVID-19 update. This past week, we did see a reduction from the earlier week as far as the overall number of COVID cases. We have now 6,778 positive COVID cases. That's an increase of 105. That's a 24% decrease from the week before. Our sworn members make up 68 of those 105 cases, and our civilian professionals make up 37. In this group, we continue to have a significant portion that are COVID positive. That are COVID vaccinated. That number for this last week, give me a moment. I'll come back to that number, but I also want to point out to Mr. Witzel Blauer, a frequent caller that has made inquiries regarding the weekly reporting of these numbers, that the 7 instances of those specific dates was sent out to you this morning, sir. And so I appreciate your inquiry, and we'll provide that information. Of the new COVID cases, those that are COVID vaccinated and are testing positive, that number is at 71% or 77%. For our work status, we did see an improvement with 474 of our personnel now at home. That's a reduction of 83 personnel. 21 long haul cases. However, a number that has developed that has our attention drawn is that while the typical absence from the workplace is 9 to 10 days for an average COVID positive individual, we've seen a number of individuals exceed 14 days. We currently, of that 474 of our personnel, 168 of them are now absent from the workplace for more than 14 days. That is a trend that is drawn our attention. We are working with our medical liaison as well as our sick coordinators at our area stations to ensure that our employees are getting medical treatment and support in an effort to have them recover from this virus, and not just to get back to work, but just to ensure that they are able to successfully transition through this pandemic. As we've seen, it's a tremendous toll on our individuals as well as people in the LA area and across the country and the world. Moving over to the next item, I want to thank, as far as significant events, we had a multi-faith clergy forum last Wednesday where faith leaders from throughout the LA area attended in a Zoom meeting spent a couple hours talking about public safety issues and their partnerships and collaboration with us in efforts to counter gun violence, to counter instances of turmoil in the street, as well as in the homes of their congregations, and help us in prevention of crime. I want to thank North Hollywood Station for hosting a open house on this past Sunday. That was done particularly in response to a number of members from our Jewish community, that where open houses are typically been on Saturdays or in days in which their religious observations have kept or prevented them from attending. So that I was able to attend them for a couple hours and had good exchange and good fellowship, if you will, with members from the North Hollywood community, as well as the men and women from that station. I want to thank Deputy Chief Hamilton for attending there, as well as the specialized units that took the time to be there to show various crafts that we're engaged in protecting the citizens and community members of the city. Regarding our categorical uses of force, I'm going to talk about a categorical use of force in which, during the course of an arrest, an officer applied some level of force to the neck, which resulted in that being classified as a categorical. And then an officer involved shooting in the Foothill area that did not involve a hit, and that suspect, the individual involved, is still outstanding. And the second one, which is a Hollenbeck incident, which did involve a hit and unfortunately a fatality. In regards to the first incident, this categorical use of force occurred on the 20th of July at approximately 3:40 in the afternoon, where Hollenbeck uniformed patrol officers responded to a robbery call of suspects there now in the 700 block of Crocker Street. There, two male suspects reportedly had entered a business and demanded money from a female employee. When she refused, one of the individuals punched the victim in the chest. Upon the officer's arrival, they located one of the individuals, suspects nearby, and took him into custody without any further incident. Soon after, the second suspect, later identified as Juan Amaveska, was observed by other officers leaving the scene in a vehicle. Officers attempted to conduct a felony stop on him. He failed to yield, and a pursuit initiated. For some moments, officers lost sight of him. However, an airship observed him to the rear of 1100 block of South Grand Avenue. Hollenbeck and Central Patrol officers responded, conducted a search of the parking garage there, and ultimately observed him running from the building. The officers chased the individual on foot and pursued him to 1200 block of Hill Street, when the suspect attempted to climb into the bed of a moving pickup truck. He was unsuccessful and fell to the pavement. While attempting to take him into custody, an officer applied force to the individual's neck, which was later determined to be a categorical. The individual was not injured during this incident. He was transported by rescue ambulance to California Hospital, a nearby hospital, due to the belief by paramedics that he had ingested narcotics. He was medically cleared several hours later, and both individuals were arrested and booked for robbery. And there was no officers injured as a result of this incident. And Force Investigations Division will conduct the administrative investigation into this categorical use of force. Second incident occurred in the Foothill area on the 21st of July at approximately 7 o'clock at night. There, uniformed Foothill Gang Enforcement detail officers were conducting patrol in the 7800 block of Radford Avenue. Officers observed a known gang member exiting the park side of a vehicle in the front driveway in the 7800 block of Radford. Officers attempted to conduct a pedestrian stop on the individual when he appeared to be holding a firearm. An officer-involved shooting occurred. The individual fled through the side yard of the residence to an unknown location. A perimeter was established, and SWAT personnel responded to conduct the search in an effort to apprehend him. After a thorough search, it was discovered that the suspect, we believe to be Ramon Mascada, had escaped the area. Force Investigation Division detectives responded to the scene. No officers and we do not believe the suspect was injured during this incident. His photograph was posted on July 18th, days before, on a Mission Division crime flyer relating to 3 robbery investigations we believe he's associated with. A black L-shaped butane lighter was recovered at the scene. So this is an investigation in which the individual, when the officer involved shooting occurred, it appeared that to the officers he had been holding a firearm. We did not recover a firearm from the scene, but we did recover a black L-shaped butane lighter that we believe was mistaken for this firearm at this point of this investigation. Force Investigation Division will continue their investigation, as will the mission area robbery detectives to identify and apprehend Ramon Mascata. Last event was in Hollenbeck area, was an officer involved shooting with a hit that occurred on the 22nd of July at approximately 6:50 at night. There, Hollenbeck patrol officers were in the area of Eastern Avenue and Whiteside Street, when they observed an occupied dark-colored sedan with no license plates. The officers followed the vehicle into a parking lot with the intention of conducting a traffic stop. As the driver of the sedan came to a stop, the front passenger, who the officers were unaware of, exited holding a firearm and ran from the vehicle. The officers initiated a foot pursuit and chased the individual through the residential area. As the officers neared the intersection of Lansdowne Avenue and Drucker Street, they observed the suspect, later identified as Lino Soltero, male Hispanic, 40 years of age, point allegedly a firearm in their direction. An officer-involved shooting occurred. Mr. Soltero was struck by gunfire and was subsequently taken into custody after backup units arrived. LA County Fire Department personnel, paramedics rendered aid to the individual at the scene and transported him to a nearby hospital where he was later pronounced deceased. The driver of the sedan fled the scene at the beginning of the foot pursuit and collided with a motorist on Eastern Avenue. The sedan failed to stop and the driver fled and has not been identified at this point. No officers were injured during this incident. A loaded 9mm semi-automatic firearm was recovered from the scene. Force Investigation Division responded to this and are investigating this incident. With this last officer-involved shooting, we now stand at a total of 22 officer-involved shootings year to date, versus 21 from last year. Our 4-year average is 18. We have 9 fatalities this year. Last year, that number stood at 8, and our 4-year average is 7. In regards to our crime picture, this last week, we saw an improvement in our violent crime picture in regards to the number of homicides as well as shooting victims, but we lost some ground on robberies, particularly street robberies. We stand today as of this last Saturday, with 210 homicides versus 220 just same time last year. It's a 4.5% reduction, and that's 10 fewer homicides. We do have a 5.8% increase in violent crime, which is 957 additional violent crimes. And again, the particular area of focus is with a 20% increase in robberies, particularly street robberies with persons armed with firearms. On the property crime side, we lost ground on our motor vehicle thefts, which have now increased 15.6% over last year and a 24% increase over a 2-year period. Property crime numbers stand at a 12.9% increase year to date. And that is an additional 6,267 crimes. Particular area of focus, again, is motor vehicle thefts, but also we've seen a 15% increase in burglaries. As we move over to as I look at the overall crime picture, I'm also want to draw attention to a double homicide that occurred this past Sunday. And while it's outside this reporting period, I feel it's appropriate to talk about it. This incident occurred at Peck Park in the San Pedro Harbor area of Los Angeles in the afternoon hours. There was a softball game that was being conducted or played involving a number of groups from that have associations with the Compton area street gangs. And this is a group that's brought together by some community interventionists, and their efforts are to promote peace and promote productive interactions and exchange between these groups. Unfortunately, at the same time, this park was occupied by more than 500 people from the surrounding community, as well as a car show. At this point, at this early juncture, what we believe occurred, based on preliminary information, is that a dispute arose from the groups that were playing the softball game or associated with those groups. And that dispute escalated to a point where handguns were produced and shots were fired, resulting in a total of 8 shooting victims, 2 of those homicides and 6 others that were that we are fortunate to say we believe will recover from their injuries, but nonetheless shooting victims. Officers responded immediately to the scene and attempt to locate the suspects, as well as to render aid to those that have been injured by this gunfire. During the course of the lengthy investigation that took place over the following hours, while no shooting suspects have been identified, we did find 4 handguns recovered from the surrounding area that we believe were likely involved in some aspect of the shooting violence. Gang interventionists, I'm fortunate to say, were immediately dispatched and involved and have continued to stay involved with efforts that to combat any further violence from these groups. Yeah, my conversation yesterday, as well as an emergency gang intervention meeting hosted by South Bureau, is also working with our county law enforcement partners in an effort to see that this violence does not continue to escalate or result in further violence between these groups. The underlying effort of gang interventionists, I cannot give enough appreciation to. Their efforts that day were to try to bring people together who have differences and that may and have involvement in a gang lifestyle that oftentimes, as we've seen, escalate into violence and the loss of life. So their underlying intentions were good. What we will do is continue to work with them in efforts to ensure the safety of everyone in attendance at these events. This is, as I reflect back, it has been a number of years since I have seen any type of gunplay or violence of this nature at these type of events. The department works closely with these community-based organizations to provide a safety net, but also to keep an arm's distance so that we are not seen as a provocateur. But it is important that these groups exercise good discipline and rules of conduct and code of conduct as to those in attendance, particularly where we see the production of so many firearms in such a short period of time, and the loss of life, the needless loss of life that can erupt from a simple dispute. Next, I'm going to talk about the 6th Street Bridge, where a great deal of attention has been brought with the opening of this iconic location. I do believe that in Los Angeles, we have certain sites that are known and become known throughout the world and become destination sites, such as the Hollywood sign, Venice Beach, Hollywood Boulevard, Disney Music Center, and others. The 6th Street Bridge offers that type of opportunity for Los Angeles to be proud of historic LA River, the origins of the city, as well as this viaduct. Unfortunately, since its opening, it has also served or become known as a place where people are going to gather and conduct exhibitions, whether it be with vehicles and dangerous speed displays and exhibitions involving collisions and just outrageous driving antics, as well as others, spectators that are trying to perhaps find their 15 minutes of fame by doing antics of whether it be climbing upon the infrastructure of the bridge or interrupting traffic or caravanning there and then making demonstrations and posting it on social media sites. The department's effort has been and will continue to be to provide safety of everyone who uses that as a means of transportation, as a conveyance from East LA to downtown Los Angeles and vice versa, as well as those that want to come and just to simply enjoy the iconic scene that it offers, the backdrop of downtown Los Angeles. But what's also important is that as we provide for that, is that we police the conduct of everyone in attendance. And there will not be a tolerance for the continued violation, if you will, of climbing onto the structure, risking themselves, as well as first responders who attempt to govern that conduct. Arrests are being made, citations, impounding of vehicles, seizures of those vehicles will continue as long as this conduct continues. But it does call upon the important aspect that these are drawing finite resources, limited resources, away from more pressing duties to ensure the safety of this location. So I'd ask for the public's continued help and assistance in governing this conduct. Over the last 4 days, more than 57 citations have been issued, parking citations additionally, as well as warnings. We've impounded 6 vehicles and we've had to post and close the bridge on 3 occasions. We are working with street services and our Department of Transportation partners in some engineering changes to the site. Beginning this past Sunday night, Bureau of Street Services has begun applying speed bumps onto the bridge. And we're also going to pursue alternatives such as a center median, at least on a temporary basis, as well as some fencing that can be installed on a temporary basis, my hope, that will discourage individuals from scaling onto the arches of this roadway. Finally, I'll move over to the personnel strength. We saw an increase of 27 sworn personnel from my last report. We now stand at 9,307 personnel. That is still 399 personnel below our authorized strength. We have 2,667 sworn professional personnel. That's a drop of 11 from our last reporting period. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to handle any questions or hear your comments.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to ask Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions this morning?
Just one on the relative to the 6th Street Bridge report. I've had an opportunity to hear some background on the OISs and so on. On this conduct we're seeing on the bridge, by and large, and I'm asking this generally relative to the 6th Street Bridge, but also the other areas where there's been these takeover type of activity. Is that generally activity that involves people who are local to the area? So like in this case, are the people who were engaged in the conduct of the 6th Street Bridge likely from Boyle Heights and local communities, or are they people who are attracted to that kind of behavior and may come from places far away because they're attracted to a venue, that may lend itself to that? What are we learning in that regard?
Our experience to date is that the errant, the misconduct, the criminal acts are being committed by people who travel to that location and are not from the surrounding community. The surrounding community is attempting to, we've seen, use the bridge as for exercise, to walk across there to enjoy the iconic scenes that have not, in my view, and information I have, been a problem. They've respected the bridge, and they want the bridge respected. In fact, we've seen some demonstrations of some signs and postings, if you will, by community members asking others to respect the bridge and not to engage in this type of reckless actions.
Thank you. And I assume then that at some level there's some collaboration with other agencies in that regard, whether it's the Highway Patrol or others that work across jurisdictions to try to identify and mitigate this kind of behavior.
Yes. So our, as earlier reported, our earlier reports on street racing task force initiative, where we have dedicated traffic personnel that are working across all 4 corners of the city. Those partnerships exist with LA Sheriff's Department, smaller agencies in the LA region, as well as the California Highway Patrol. And those task force operations have continued and will continue. To date, the efforts that we've seen across the city have resulted in some quick citations year to date, 352 misdemeanor arrests, 439 impounds, more than 2,000 citations. But the daunting aspect of this is we've identified year to date 667 street takeovers. And so we have, we need to, as a community member here, we're not going to rest our way out of this. Despite the hundreds of impounds and citations and arrests, we still see the proliferation of this. So I'm asking for the public's help and support and assistance. We're also calling upon our legislators to stiffen the consequences, including the ability to seize these vehicles. And while there is some judicial seizure capabilities today, we believe that even stronger penalties may offer a deterrent. Lastly, and I make this with some caution, but I also note that the types of conduct that we're seeing displayed on these exhibitions, at times I don't know if I'm watching that, if I'm watching a television commercial for an automobile manufacturer. There are certain brands of manufacturers that in their commercial display of marketing, if you will, are demonstrating the types of spin outs and high performance vehicle antics that are not safe on a city street or on a public roadway. And so I'd ask all of us, including these manufacturers of high-end, high performance equipment and vehicles, to exercise responsible corporate responsibility of how they go about their work and what they promote, as we see the antics of people trying to replicate this and resulting in serious injuries and deaths and violence. Lastly, troubling trend that we've seen also develop most recently in the month of July is the use of as I've reported on earlier, we've seen pyrotechnics, we've seen gunfire, and now we're seeing lasers. Green lasers, which have the ability to permanently damage an individual's eyesight, are being deployed during these street takeovers against our officers as they're responding. We've had 7 different instances over the course of July versus 1 incident reported in June. It's a troubling trend. We have and are making arrests of these individuals, and it is a felony, potential felony charge and prosecution if such a laser display results in injuries to another individual's eyes. These displays have also been not just on ground officers in patrol responding, but also to airships as an air patrol will respond overhead. So the escalation of these tactics are troubling. We need all the public's assistance. I know the media is bringing attention to this, but we need to bring beyond the awareness and the education, we need the community's help and support in countering this violence.
So 2 other just quick points. One is relative to that you mentioned, like the 352 misdemeanor arrest and so on. Is that data? I know when we get the reports on the crime statistics, there's a section that's dedicated to traffic, I believe. I'm wondering where does the data associated with these types of incidents show up reported?
Yeah, so we have we've developed in response to this emerging issue of the last 6 months, we've developed a street racing task force weekly report. And in that report, I get each Monday the efforts of the preceding week specific to their enforcement, their outreach, their efforts to disrupt street racing activity and where the activities are the highest levels occurring. And then we are also tallying, if you will, a matrix of activities from vehicle inspections to reckless driving offenses, to felony arrests, spectator arrests. We've had 139, for instance, spectator arrests year to date for being present. I think there's a point I mentioned at last report as to what that means.
Thank you. I just asked for Commissioner Briggs to consider whether at some point, whenever would be appropriate, to perhaps get a presentation from the task force so that we could hear a more comprehensive or take a more comprehensive look at not just the activity, but also all the efforts that around it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. We will do so in a future meeting. Commissioner Sobroff, do you have any questions of Chief Moore? Commissioner Decker.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief Moore, you talked about the gang interventionists and the GRID program. And I wonder if you can provide a more general overview of the status of the GRID program, particularly in light of the disruptions they experienced during the pandemic. And I know from time to time you've updated us, but I'm curious if they are back to full strength, whether they're rebuilding. And also last week, you talked about a related program, SNL, and I wonder if you can give us an update on that as well.
Yes, so I met, I think it was a week and a half, 2 weeks ago with Reginald Zachary. He is the director of the Mayor's Gang Reduction Youth Development Department and oversees the GRID program, both on the prevention, intervention, and hardcore work that and reentry that occurs with this initiative of not just addressing gang violence with the chronic offender or the violent offender, but also stopping, if you will, the pipeline or the development of future generations of persons involved in the gang lifestyle, just given its tragic outcome on individuals as well as community safety. In July of this year, this month, we've just started a new series of contracts with our GRID providers, we as a city. And we're working through the initial weeks of those new contract engagements to ensure that as the baton is handed off from one contract provider to the next, that we have continuity and that we continue the momentum of working effectively with understanding what is occurring, situational awareness in our various neighborhoods, and what and how the grid program is administering services and support to counter the proliferation of gangs and their impact on the sense of safety and security in a neighborhood. The Summer Night Lights program. Now, I will say that. So this month, first say 6 months ago, we are experiencing some transition because there is this handing off. But our effort is to ensure that introductions are made and that phone numbers are exchanged. And it's not a matter of us understanding, gaining information from those boots on the ground, those interventionists that are on the street to solve crimes. It's a matter of how do we work together to counter the violence and to counter the turmoil and disputes and the rumor control that is oftentimes related or escalates into this issues of violence. So it's coordination, it's not information as far as what's going to allow us to solve crimes. It's helping us and helping them and helping the overall intent, which is to reduce violence in our communities. So right now, this is active work by us. In regards to the Summer Night Lights program, I'm happy to report, I'm hearing very good reports back from both Reginald and his regional providers, as well as our individual commands about our officers' attendance and interaction and engagement with members of the community. We are also assisting in the distribution of leaflets, flyers of awareness, because the grid, it's been 3 years since the Summer Night Lights program really launched. Last year it was a kind of a stop and go with handing off food stuff and other amenities to support a community in need. But this is the first time in 3 years that we've seen these parks light up at night and see activities. And we're reaching out with our officers that are assigned to these details to also engage the surrounding neighborhood for awareness, because we want to see these parks filled, and we want to see them filled with people from the community that can enjoy the services that are offered, the entertainment, the games, and the support of their young people as well as themselves, and a sense of safety in the city as we go through these summer nights. And I'm happy to hear that the reports are our officers are fully engaged, that they're having productive and meaningful conversations where people are enjoying seeing officers there in a more relaxed setting, and one in which they can just collectively enjoy a summer night.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Thank you, Chief Moore. I have no questions at this time. At this time, we're going to go to item 2 on the agenda, public comment. Madam Secretary, can you please open it up to public comment? Thank you.
Thank you. The first speaker is Rabbi Samuels.
Good morning. Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me?
Which item would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and general public comment.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
Good morning. I joined the commission meeting via Zoom a few weeks ago. I just wanted to thank the commission for providing this forum and allowing the public to have an outlet like this. I imagine that it must be difficult sometimes, but you should know that you're doing something noble. I especially want to thank Chief Moore for his insight and understanding to recognize that I had a legitimate concern a few weeks ago. His office, specifically Detective Toledo, were very responsive and empathetic when I reached out to them. I'm an average citizen with no special connections to LAPD, yet my concerns were addressed as a result of this public forum. It was also a pleasant surprise to be able to have met the chief on Sunday at the North Hollywood station along with my family. We in the Orthodox Jewish community really appreciate the accommodation and scheduling. So I just wanted to know, to let everybody know that you're doing really noble work here, and I appreciate all of your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you. The next speaker is Richie. Are you there?
Hi, yes.
Which items would you like to speak on?
All available items, please.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
Yeah, so my name is Richie Sergenko. I'm a member with the People's City Council. I just want to note that I was set up a few weeks ago by LAPD and Rick Caruso and a real estate lobbyist. LAPD officer, also killer cop Frank Martinez, suggested to some private citizen that he make a citizen's arrest against me which is weird because usually for a private person's arrest, you know, the crime or whatever has to occur usually has to happen outside of the officer's view. But here, you know, Officer Martinez suggested to real estate lobbyist Edgar Collation to arrest me at Rick Caruso's press conference. And I do know that it's LAPD policy for when officers are working as security or private security, that they are allowed to wear their uniforms. And so I question if Francisco Martinez was hired by Rick Caruso as private security. They had a security plan that day, and they were prepared to arrest me. Fortunately, it was all caught on tape. Whatever charges you send to the city attorney, I doubt they will follow through, but I would relish the opportunity to really depose and subpoena these officers and to see what actually went down. Last week, LAPD shot 3 people. That's 22 people this year. That's 6 so far this month. This was 6 last month. This was after LAPD killings went up 160% last year. LAPD shootings went up 50%. And this year they're on the same path. And this police commission is doing nothing about it. You guys approve the proposed 12% budget increase. You know, it was found that this one of the shooting in Leimert Park, the LAPD tried to blame that this man had a gun, and it was just a car part, and he was shot in his back in front of his children. And so this is just the violence that we see every day with LAPD. And Briggs, you know, you're going to sit there and be a real intelligent steward of this commission, and nothing is going to happen. You're all spineless cowards, and fuck you, Chief Moore. Yield the rest of my time.
Madam Secretary, let's go to the next caller, please.
Thank you. The next caller is caller ending 3146. 3146.
My apology.
Which item would you like to speak on?
Chief's public input number 6. Great. Number 6. I don't think any of you qualified to be anything here, so I will pick up where I was cut off. It was funny how July 12th, the meeting starts out with the chief yawning. And that's what I was speaking to, yet I didn't know that it happened. And I thought to myself, that's like drunk driving or driving a helicopter. You wouldn't be yawning driving a helicopter. They're shining a green light at the helicopter. That's illegal, I agree. Operating heading. So sleep research associates sleepy driver syndrome as deadly as drunk driving. And here's your officer on the 7th Street train. I got back on the metro train, and you're, he was looking at his cell phone. Real sleepy, tired. And I said, that's deadly. And is this, maybe they were working some other job, so they're real tired. The chief knows about working those other jobs. So I wouldn't want to see a drunk party going on, but I thought to myself, well, that can kill you. Can kill you? That kills a person. So I was thinking, maybe they shouldn't be working some other jobs, so they're so sleepy and tired on the force. And I bet that has led to some officers making some real big mistakes. Maybe the 18th Street explosion. How about kicking the officer? Kicking the black guy in the face. And don't tell me they have adrenaline. Oh, we got adrenaline. Oh man, we shot somebody. I got adrenaline. Because they're still sleepy. Still sleepy. Right. I should have yawned before I shot him. See, critical thinking, critical policing cannot happen sleepy tired. I'm the only one looking out for the rank and file. You have a recruitment problem. Maybe I ought to cut the hours down to 6 hours a day. And every police officer must create a mandatory sleep log so we know when they went to sleep, how long they went to sleep, and record how do you feel when you get up. Do you need to keep sleeping? I mean, this is critically important. And I got cut off from saying this. And yet every officer is overworked and is too tired, and I would not want that for any rank and file officer. You'd be surprised how many problems could go away. Also, if the people committing crime, the criminals, actually got some sleep and got up and thought about what they were going to do today, instead of partying all freaking day long and not having any rest, and then they go out and commit crime, and you see it on the other side, the police department's overworked, and you can't get any recruits. Maybe the.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alice Wetterland. Alice Wetterland.
Hello,
Thank you. Which items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Thank you.
My name's Alice Wetterland. I'm a resident of El Sereno neighborhood. First item, I want to demand this commission end the 45-minute limit on public comment, please. So I'm in a 12-step program, and I gotta say, several of the meetings that I go to that have resumed in person have also maintained a functioning Zoom meeting at the same time. So we know it's possible. And furthermore, if a bunch of drunks can do it, then the city of LA can do it as well. We can do hybrid meetings where we have in-person police commission meetings that are open to in-person public comment. And we must do so. And we have to allow Angelinos the opportunity to speak on today's agenda items in order, which is another item. Third item, President Biggs, according to the rules of this commission, 4 million Angelinos are allowed to send their public comments into a meeting with numerous agenda items and public discussion happening. But as long as those emailed comments are sent in 16.5 hours before this meeting starts, I don't understand that system. It's needlessly complicated, and it doesn't allow people the opportunity to react. Third item, as most important item, as a resident of the neighborhood of El Sereno where the Hollenbeck shooting occurred, I want to say that although I don't want someone running around my neighborhood with an AR-15, I do have to admit that. I also have to emphasize that the number of gun deaths in 2022 resulting from officer-involved shootings is more alarming than comforting. I'm glad that lasers and car commercials have been acknowledged for the harm they cause, but since 22 people are dead, I would appreciate, as a resident of El Sereno, where this killing occurred, more time spent talking about officer-involved shootings than the sanctity of a bridge. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hamid Khan. Hamid Khan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Which items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Thank you. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So as every week, it continues to show that LAPD is pretty much on track and breaking its previous records of being the most murderous police department in the country. And that doesn't seem to be fazing anybody on the commission at all. Which leads me to some of the items that are listed in here, particularly around the peer intervention program and the SWAT review as well. So let's look at the peer intervention program. When programs are created and tactical operations are being enforced, which create conditions on the ground that would lead to escalation and violence, like laser zones, anchor points, gang injunctions, and various other things. And now we are looking at data-informed community-focused policing with SARA-type operations, where there's heavy presence and targeting of people continuing on. It's not an issue of peer intervention. It's an issue of a license to kill. It's a matter of where people have been murdered, which we have clearly documented based on LAPD's own documents. So the whole idea that peer intervention is going to happen is completely a false notion, and it's completely a facade just to mask just the violence of the LAPD. And then let's talk about retribution. let's talk about the level of retaliation that happens. I mean, there's so many cases when you look at, Anthony, when you look at the whole issue of recently when courts have allowed these kind of matters to proceed. When you look at the case of, I'm forgetting the name of the officers right now, going back to Lillian Carranza, going back to various other people who've suffered discrimination and retaliation. So then you expect people to be whistleblowers when there's a deep culture of retaliation and continuing violence within the community. What about the case of Lillian Carranza, that who outed how misclassification of crime was going on? What about the other cases who basically exposed that they were being discriminated and there was retaliation because they were not following the orders to have a quota system for tickets and all? So we have to really just look at this thing, that these kind of the claims are completely a fraud, which are just sending this garnishing. And as always, the commission acts as a shock absorber for the system. So we completely reject this idea. The other thing about the SWAT report, which we didn't see, was that how SWAT has become more or less a deliverer of low-level of warrants for low-level offenses, which result in massive trauma and injury and death to people as well when they're going and breaking down on doors.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tess Taylor. Tess Taylor.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes. Which items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Tess Taylor. I'm a member director of the governing board of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council and appearing on its behalf. In light of agenda time constraints, I wish to provide the commissioners with highlights of a 2-page letter, a copy of which was sent to you this morning by email. Dear Mayor Garcetti and Los Angeles City Council members, the board of the directors of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council and I write to you to state that we declare our strong support for the Los Angeles Police Department. The brave officers and diligent staff of the LAPD provide our community one of our most valued qualities in life, safety. We thank you and our council members for the restoration of previous LAPD funding. Likewise, we support the $87 million operational increase in funding to the LAPD in the 2022-23 fiscal year city budget. We request that you enhance your public communications supporting the LAPD and the import you place on LAPD policy input. We request your opposition to any politicized special ordinances and/or circumstances that hinder or complicate police duties and performance to enforce the law. We request that you identify a way forward to urgently achieve full staffing of the police department, presently significantly understaffed, especially by national standards. We request that you support the work of the LAPD to continue to build relationships with communities, specifically our community's appreciation for Senior Lead Officer Curtis Delbar is immense. We rely upon his extensive knowledge and awareness of our community's issues every day. His dedication provides much needed elements to fight crime and the fear it creates. We need more officers like Curtis Delbar in Los Angeles. Relying upon our public space, such as libraries, parks, sidewalks, and roads to house those suffering from severe mental health disorders is eroding our civilized and humane society. This erosion is progressing at such a rapid rate that my stakeholders and children cannot walk to school safely. Therefore, we ask that the LAPD resources be focused to serve all Angelenos. Our society demands and deserves solutions that address the care and shelter of severe mental health patients in proper facilities, not in our public spaces. We request these actions from the Los Angeles City Council because residents feel strongly that additional police support and constructive policymaking from you is essential and owed to the LAPD. We urge you to join us to publicly and frequently recognize the astounding dedication of the LAPD. Signed, Colby Jensen, President, Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council. And I will add the West Toluca Lake Residents Association joins with the Neighborhood Council in its support of the LAPD with the sentiments expressed in this.
Thank you. The next speaker is Betty Lay. Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, a couple of the agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, first off, I support LAPD. I support Chief Michael Moore. I'm in support right now of agenda items 4A and B, 5A, B, and C. Does any of the support grants and Chief's report. I'd like people to understand I'd like the public to understand that COVID is on a rise with thousands. The public needs to stop blaming LAPD. It's not where it's coming from. And I'd also like to nominate Briggs as president and Decker as vice president. I'm hoping everyone stays safe and healthy. I appreciate LAPD. We need more officers. And with that, I'm going to say stay safe and healthy and yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, who's the next caller? Madam Secretary, can we go to the next caller, please?
The next caller is W. Blower.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Thank you.
Chief Moore, thank you for providing the email for the missing dates. I haven't had a chance to break them down due to time restraints, but as of today, what I do have are the numbers that you reported on. Your department's at 73.46 of your COVID infections coming from the vaccinated. Now, I'm certain that if a crime rate went up 73.46%, the police commission would be asking some tough questions, but yet they still remain mute on this. I'm perplexed the city isn't looking at this from a different angle. Your numbers of 73.46 of the vaccinated are becoming infected with COVID. Your employees were given 1 of 3 vaccinations that were said to be effective, but later we learned they're not. Now the vaccinated are almost 5 times more likely to become infected with COVID based on your numbers. Let's zoom out. Let's look at other places that are highly vaccinated. The mayor praised Portugal, so we'll start there. 90% are vaccinated. They have the 2nd highest infection rate and the 5th highest death rate. Let's zoom out somewhere else. Let's go to South Africa and Haiti, where they have a really low vaccination rate. Matter of fact, they have the lowest Omicron infection rating. Let's compare your department to Portugal, South Africa, and Haiti when dealing with Omicron and compare. These are called predictive variables. I'm stunned the city hasn't looked at this. Understand we are all in the same boat when we're dealing with Omicron. Let me explain my rationale another way. The city and the county, Long Beach, San Diego, they all charter a boat. They plot this course based on public safety, data, and science. This boat follows Portugal because both of these boats are on the same plotted course. Now, South Africa and Haiti, they also charter a boat, but they're on a different plotted course. Shortly after Portugal leaves, South Africa radios the SS City of Los Angeles to divert from their plotted course because Portugal just crashed into a bunch of jagged rocks. The mayor gets on the radio with city council and says, full steam ahead. This plotted course is guided by science and data. The South African boat crew are amazed and ask the captain, why isn't this boat diverting? The captain says, look out at the horizon past those jagged rocks. You're going to see those buoys floating with 4 Bs and a dollar sign. They have to go through those jagged rocks to get to those buoys. The South African crew are still amazed why the SS City of Los Angeles isn't diverting from their course of hitting jagged rocks. The crew asks the captain, why are they doing this? The captain lowers his head, looks up at his crew and says, some people just are better followers than they are leaders. Chief Moore, I urge you to be a stronger leader and change your heading. If not, you're going to be crashing into those jagged rocks. Your crew is going to leave you. And this is going to be your legacy. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Graebner. Andrew Graebner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, which items would you like to speak on?
Just general public comment.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Once again, I'm speaking only 1 minute on general public comment because you give so little time for anyone to actually give comment that I need to reduce the amount of time I'm speaking. So maybe you'll actually fit in another speaker or two. The amount of time that people are getting for public comment is very short, and you're not actually doing anything to hold the police accountable. You're just extending on the craziness and all the stuff they've been doing. They keep killing people, and nobody's doing anything about it. We need to stop this whole system we have right now. It's clearly failing Los Angeles. We need to when there's so many people getting killed, pretty much any other system, any other type of group, if there was any other government agency that was killing so many people, that agency would be shut down. But the LAPD just keeps going, and they keep and all their and they just keep lying about an increase in crime, and the LAPD just keeps getting more funding, and they keep going and
Okay.
killing.
Thank you. The next speaker is T. Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, which items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello to all. Commissioner Briggs, last week on July 19, 2022, I watched you make faces and roll your eyes during public comments regarding the COVID illness within the vaccinated and the mandate questioning. This is very disrespectful and just plain disgusting. Please speak the truth. Please speak the truth. I mean, does this truth make you feel, I'm sorry, let me start. Does speaking the truth make you, the rest of the commission, city attorney, Chief Moore, uncomfortable? I understand you're behind the screen. Would you show this type of disrespect for the residents of the city in person? Chief Moore, on the last police commission meeting, I had asked you if you would report the 21 long-term COVID employees and if they were related to vaccine injuries. You have failed to do that. Can you please confirm if these 21 long-term COVID employees are vaccine-related injuries? The whole vaccine mandate was to prevent the spread of COVID and to keep the residents of Los Angeles safe. Well, we all know you can contract it and spread COVID regardless of your vaccination status. If your intentions are to keep the city of LA safe, then wouldn't you save the hardworking police officers and civilians with this useful political $1.2 billion money-hungry mandate? It just shows none of you really care about this city. What's going on with this mandate in regards to 3,000 plus DWP employees who are not vaccinated and are not testing? Why are LAPD and LAFD being discriminated against? Once again, nobody in this meeting asked any questions about the high sickness rate in the vaccinated compared to the unvaccinated. Chief Moore, cut this political nonsense and show your city of Los Angeles that you actually care about your police officers and the city. Trash this mandate and let the police officers work and keep the city safe. Why would anybody want to be a police officer in this kind of nonsense? The recruit rate is at an all-time low. You people know this. That's why you're offering $2,000 checks. When these vaccines first came out, President Biden, Dr. Fauci, CDC, Mayor Garcetti, Gavin Newsom, and so on said you won't get COVID if you were to get vaccinated. Well, that lie quickly backfired because what we see is reality. Reality is showing the truth. Deborah Birx, the White House coronavirus response coordinator, said, I knew these vaccines were not going to protect against infections. I think we overplayed the vaccines. It's very obvious the vaccinated have become immune compromised. The sickness rate in the vaccinated is insanely higher of that of the unvaccinated. Let people make their own choices. My body, my choice, right? Thank you and be safe out there. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mix Rich.
Hi, my name is Julia. I'm going to be speaking on all agenda items.
Thank you.
I wanted to tell you a quick story of when I first started becoming a teacher. I worked with special education with specifically fourth graders. And early on, these were individuals who had kind of behavioral and developmental disorders and would frequently have kind of panic attacks and things like that. Once, and actually many times after that, we had cops be called on some of my students and would literally drag them out of my classroom. Now, when we're talking about de-escalation within the LAPD, when you can't de-escalate a child, a 4th grader, an 8-year-old who is having a mental health crisis, I don't understand how you're able to say that there are going to be any other de-escalation methods ever. At the same time, while all of this was happening within my classrooms, I taught art and would have to literally dig pieces of paper out of the trash to have kids draw on because so many budget cuts. We have a department that continues to get more and more funding every single year, and at the expense of literally every other resource in our city. And if you're talking about having, we have a raise in crime, and we're giving the police department more money every single year, that just seems to me like that is funding what? We're defunding literally everything else. And it is not working, okay? It is not working. You cannot tell me, and that is why I cannot trust any police officers, because time and time again, they have treated my students with nothing but disrespect, nothing but violence, and every single year we have more people killed by the LAPD. I just don't really understand here how we can be talking about increasing funding to the most violent police force in the country, not to mention the world, but also at the expense of everything else. Every dollar that we take away from, or we give to the police, is $1 away from my students. All right, I want you to, every time you announce that there's going to be more funding, I want you to picture students being dragged out of classrooms and me digging through the trash to have art supplies for my students, because that is because of all of the money that continues to go to this police department. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Clune. Peter Clune?
Yeah.
Which
Hi,
items
thank
would
you.
you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm calling because I'm actually a plaintiff in the lawsuit that led to the policy change that you guys are seeing in item 5C on today's agenda about the social media policy for the LAPD. I think the policy itself is a step in the right direction, but the way we got here and the way that this commission treats public discourse still leaves a long way to go. This change grew out of a lawsuit where LAPD officers were posting pictures of themselves and other officers unmasked and violating policy in other ways. And in interacting with those policies in those posts, the response from LAPD, including people like a deputy chief, Al Labrada, was to block the public, to prevent their access to these forums that they were operating in as official LAPD members. While we have this policy coming forward today, if you read the introductory letter from the chief, what you see is him saying, it's important that the department must foster dialogue. And yet here we are in a meeting with, the Board of Commissioners, setting the agenda, setting the tone for the department with 45 minutes for public comment, a public comment period where I am incapable of seeing any of your faces. I don't know if any of you are actually paying attention right now. The tone, the sort of setup for this department and its disdain and disregard for the public and public input, it comes from this board, comes from the way that you have treated people. It permeates the department. This is why this lawsuit had to happen in the first place. So while it's certainly a step in the right direction, and I want you to approve it, I also hope that you'll actually, maybe take some time and reflect and think critically. As many callers have already said, the LAPD is on a bit of a murderous rampage in the last few weeks. And when, putting out information about that, the department chooses to not allow any public interaction with its social media posts when officers kill people. And when officers shoot people and when officers maim people. That is a choice this department makes to stifle public dialogue about the most egregious thing this department can do. The one thing that the LAPD is given the power to do, which is to kill and execute violence on behalf of the state. And the choice is to silence any public discussion around that on LAPD controlled forums. So while you're taking a small step in the right direction, you still have a lot of work to do. I wish that I could possibly see any reactions or know that anybody was paying attention. But unfortunately, I will sort of speak this into the void, which is what you have set up.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nini.
Hello.
Yes, which items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just wanted to echo in what folks are saying as far as LAPD, again, killing folks, that LAPD's killed 9 people in 7 months. And that doesn't include the 3 folks that have died in LAPD custody. And so that's also kind of comes in line with the shooting and the murder of individuals with mental illnesses. And of course, the July 18th shooting in Lemur Park of Jermaine Petit, and how LAPD continues to ask for more funds for training, more funds for now it's the ABLE training to allegedly to get folks to intervene when they see a cop doing something harmful, when we know that it isn't part of the basic requirements of their jobs. And so that should already be telling as far as how trainings end up becoming just another way of LAPD officers to get overtime and to continue to get heavy paychecks for things that they are intended to do, which is to cause harm in our communities, and to specifically banish certain folks in the communities that is in line with the city and with real estate interest as well. And so the training, the ABLE training, of course, won't stop it's a smoke and mirror. It's not going to prevent retaliation, which we know is a thing that is really embedded within LAPD. We can look at several instances of that. We can look at even when we look at the Rampart scandals as well. For SWAT and for the review of SWAT, I also think it's important to remember that the creation of LAPD SWAT unit, which was originally called Special Weapons Attack Team, was a way of training highly disciplined, or what they consider highly disciplined police officers, to use military equipment and tactics to deal with squashing dissent. And it's not lost in like our collective memory that it came as a reform effort after the Watts uprising. It's not surprising that that no one here in the police commission talked about the SWAT agents who were talking about happy hunting, and how Chief Moore was quoted as well saying that that doesn't constitute a crime, when we know that these types of comments, these types of sentiments is part of LAPD culture, and you can't really train your way out of it because it's deep to its core. But training will only provide more funding.
Thank you. The next speaker, Hiram Cormier Jr.
Can you hear me?
Yes, which items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, one, I don't know. I don't know if it's only me, but for a department that has like nearly $4 billion in funding, and probably more because, you know, the police foundation, celebrities and all that type of stuff, I cannot see your timer, so I'm keeping my own, but onward with it. I'm not here to talk about vaccines and all that goofy shit and all the just, you know, ridiculous things that people come on here and waste our time as actual citizens who are actually impacted by police violence. I'm here to just request something very reasonable, which is that you just stop shooting people, stop blowing people's heads off, and stop profiling us. That's all I want to see. I don't have no special requests. I don't know what is so unreasonable about somebody saying, please do not kill us. Please do not continue to harm us and over police us and have an occupying force inside of our neighborhoods when the majority, vast majority of the LAPD does not even live in the city of LA or anywhere where they're called to basically be an occupying force in our neighborhoods. But yeah, other than that, I listened, you guys post the clips on YouTube, the meetings on YouTube like every week, sometimes late, but it's like I hear people complaining about violence and the things that we say are violent, but there's nothing more violent than what's really going on in the streets and what's really going on in the world, which is the criminal aspect of policing, because it's all criminal. All you do is focus on shit that happens as a result of poverty and a result of neglect, systemic neglect, and the trauma that we face, instead of actually addressing the root issue. And that is a crime. It's a crime to have a $4 billion damn near dollar budget while education starves, housing is starving, all the basic necessities of what people need to be successful starve. But you have the nerve to get mad at us when we bust back at you for the horrible things that you do to us, for the racism that we face. How would you like to swallow a tablespoon of poison every day? What would that do to you? If you had to sit in impoverished neighborhoods with fucked up schools, police that look at you, hate in their eyes, everything, they following you, they doing all types of shit to you, bullies at school, all they gonna do is send more police, ain't no therapists, ain't no help, all these young kids starving, hurting, all this abuse that goes on. The police ain't helping that. They ain't doing nothing. But it's okay though. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the LAPD, sheriffs, Torrance police, and Pasadena police. Steve Rogers and Betty Lay, I love you. Fuck you.
Madam Secretary, please go to the next caller. That was off topic.
Yes, the next speaker is Zach Sherwin.
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
Which items would you like to speak on?
Oh, I guess I'll go ahead and speak on all of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I want to say is just that it's so weird that you guys don't tell us who's on deck. It's such a petty change for you to keep not making. We've raised it before and we'll say it again. Let's see. So yeah, the cops just keep shooting people, 22 people this year. Is that just the cost of doing business to you? Is that just part of how it works? This department is as irreparably broken as it is well-funded. And it's just so wild to watch the chief shift blame to the community. Oh, we really need the community's help with this. And even more obviously to watch you put it on the shoulders of car manufacturers' commercials. Is that worth mentioning here in this limited space that we have? Our investment in this police department is over $3 billion annually and $8 million a day. And what we get for our money is dozens of Black people and brown people and poor people and people having mental health crises getting shot. And then instead of talking about it in here, we get appeals to car manufacturers to stop make such triggering commercials. For a person who holds the reins to state power, Chief Moore, you sure are a coward in your failure to accept responsibility. I'm Jewish. And I want to say how opposed the LAPD actions are to the core values of our religion. Judaism celebrates life and community and family and loving kindness and fixing the problems of a broken world. And none of that sounds like the LAPD, except to the extent that the cops co-opt these terms for their various programs. But your actions belie your true values, and it is an embarrassment to our religion that this body has Jewish commissioners. And I would just say to any Jewish callers who are listening or perhaps even called in on a meeting sometimes that to some extent the LAPD sees you as white. So it's not super surprising that you get your issues resolved. But on the other hand, we've known for years that this cowardly chief advertises on Breitbart and that LAPD officers went to the Capitol on January 6th. So the notion that this police department is a friend to the Jews is diluted both in a generalized way because of their values. And
I'm Jewish too, and this jerk is offensive. Can you stop him?
I've heard community members get cut off.
Let's go to the next caller, Madam Secretary, and this will be the last caller.
The next speaker is Oscar Portillo Jr.
Yes, hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, which items would you like to speak on?
General public comment, please.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Yes, regarding the street takeover, especially the one on the 6th Street Bridge, Chief Moore mentioned 667 street takeovers year to date. This is absolutely ridiculous. So something needs to be done. More needs to be done. After a 2-hour closure, when the bridge was closed, in less than an hour, 200 people arrived for a street takeover. This included fireworks, vandalism, gunfire. And it said that maximum enforcement will continue over the weekend. However, no arrests were made. So this is absolutely ridiculous. More needs to be done. Something needs to be done. I'd like to read something regarding the law. It says illegal street racing can certainly result in citations against participating drivers, but in some instances, non-driver participants can be cited as well. That means a vehicle passenger, spectator, or vehicle owner can be cited for abetting or encouraging a race or.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That'll be the end of public comment at this time. At this time, we'll go to item 3 on the agenda, AB 361. I move that the board find that the COVID-19 state of emergency remains active and state or local officials have imposed or recommended risk reduction measures. That on July 7th, 2022, the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health reported that the predominant COVID-19 subvariants have higher transmissibility and the ability to reinfect those who were infected with other variants. The increase in cases has translated into an increase in the number of COVID-19 related hospitalizations and death. The average number of COVID-19 positive patients per day in LA County hospitals has increased from 1 month ago. In accordance with AB 361, this Brown Act body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and the state of emergency continues to present imminent risk to the health and safety of attendees and continues to directly impact the ability of the board members to meet safely in person. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. This time we'll go to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any commissioners that have any questions about any of the items on the consent agenda?
No, sir.
Seeing none, I move that we adopt items 4A and B. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to item 5 on the agenda, the regular agenda items. So that all of the commissioners are aware, item 5C and item 6 will be continued until after closed session because what we'll discuss in closed session impacts it. And thank you. So at this time, we'll ask that Deputy Chief Reyna come forward for department for item 5A, the peer intervention program, and Dr. Luann Pinnell. Good morning, Chief Reyna.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, commissioners, Chief Moore, Inspector General. I believe Dr. Pinnell's logging on also.
Yes, there she is. Good morning, Dr. Pinnell.
Good morning. Mr. President, if you're ready, we can begin.
Yes, please go ahead and begin.
So Dr. Pinnell and I are ready to discuss the department's response to City Council Public Safety Committee request that the department identify a peer intervention training program. As we've discussed before with the commission, there's been funding that was determined with the Police Foundation to secure training with ABLE through the Georgetown Law Program. That funding was secured. We are in the contract negotiations with between the department and with ABLE. The city attorney has reviewed that. There's been some just minor things at the end here that in the last week or so that they wanted added to the contract. We're hoping that that contract will be done and signed by the chief of police within the next 2 weeks. That being said, once we have the contract signed, we can move forward with scheduling the Georgetown Law trainers to come and train our cadres. Even though the contract is not signed, we're moving forward with selecting our trainers for the department that'll be training all our personnel throughout the department. So that's the way when the contract is signed in the next 2 weeks, we're ready to roll out that plan. Also, in addition, the ABLE trainers are going to come in September and train our command staff first. And then that'll allow us to have at the same time our train the trainer program working. So then we can start our implementation department-wide in the fall. So things have been going good, going smooth, just waiting for that contract to be finished up so we can have that signed and move forward and start implementing our plan. I'll turn over to Dr. Pennell if she wants to add anything else onto the overall structure of what we're doing.
Good morning. I think the only thing that I would add is that while we have waited for this agreement to be finalized, we have maintained continued contact with ABLE and Georgetown University. We have been able, and I've had the privilege to already go through the 3-day train the trainer. They have an online version that is available. So we've had myself and about 9 other instructors from the academy start getting exposure to this content. We've also reached out to the league director and have given them some front end knowledge of the ABLE program. They are in strong support of the program, and I believe that they will be writing a positive article in the Blue Line if it hasn't already gone out. And so we continue to forge those relationships and start socializing what this training is before it gets here. We certainly want to train all command staff first so that they have a consistent message from the top down as we roll out this.
Thank you, Dr. Pennell. Dr. Pennell, can you quickly give us a 6-month summary, say from the moment that the contract is signed, what will the first 6 months look like and with respect to the implementation of the ABLE program?
Well,
I think your screen is frozen.
Again, we're going to start with the ABLE trainers coming out. Am I there now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Dr. Pennell, can you suppress your video? You might have better audio with that.
Okay, I will stop that. So within the next 6 months, what I would expect is that, again, the ABLE instructors will come out themselves, train our command staff, hopefully in September, if not October. Then we'll move to the train the trainer. We have to go through a selection process in the next few months of exposing our department to the content, basic content of the active bystandership course and who would make a good instructor. So we'll go through a selection process, making that available department-wide to sworn and civilian instructors. And then once those are selected in the next couple months, probably by October, we would have some trainers coming out from ABLE to do the train the trainer. It's a 3-day train the trainer that everyone has to go through. They will be roughly in classes of about 25 each. So we have 4 separate train the trainers planned. When that is completed, we will have 5 separate teams across the city who will have 20 members in each team. And those teams will start delivering the content in their geographic areas roughly. We are dividing up the department in groups of approximately 2,500 per team. And so then we'll start training probably 2 or 3 days a week with each team until we get through the whole department.
Thank you, Dr. Pennell. And just so that I'm clear, when you talk about the whole department, we're not just talking sworn, we're also talking civilian. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Silveroff, your mic is open. Do you have any questions?
No, sir, sorry.
Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, please, just a couple if I could. This could be either to Dr. Pennell or Chief Reyna. From a high level standpoint, the report indicates that there's the 10 standards and the department's already in compliance with several of them. I don't know that I saw specifically at least, what are the 2 or 3 that are new concepts or where there's not some current experience. So I just asked you to address that what are the particularly new concepts or standards that would come out of this, number one. And then also, I didn't quite pick up, is this how perishable are the skills? Is this kind of one-time training that you'll get everyone through, or is it going to be periodic, or is what will the future look like in that regard?
Well, Andy, Dr. Brunel, you want to answer that, or?
Sure. So the 10 standards, we've met pretty much most of them. The ones that are remaining have to do with, again, the meaningful training commitment is that we will not train in classes of more than 25 and 2 instructors per session. So obviously we haven't started that yet. So I think the commitment there is that the training isn't meant to have 50 people in a classroom. We don't want to dilute this training. We want to give opportunities for people to really absorb it and roll up their sleeves and engage in scenario-based training and role plays and the different activities that are involved in this course. So that piece is still remaining, and we've met the other requirements of having a letter of support from the chief of police, from the mayor and community members. And we have support across the board through our DEI and other entities across the department. So they want meaningful messaging across the whole department, even before we roll it out. The other piece, sorry, you asked one more question.
Well, before I go back to the second part, what I'm trying to understand, even when you mentioned, the having fewer than 25 and having 2 instructors and so on, those are somewhat, or strike me as somewhat procedural types of issues. What I'm trying to understand is what new concept, so when somebody goes through this training, what is it that they're not currently aware of or trained on today that they're going to be aware of and trained on once they complete the course?
Well, I think the duty to intercede has been a part of our use of force policy for some time now. So we have been teaching on the duty to intercede. I think what is really helpful about this course is that it's expanding beyond a use of force situation and looking at the many different areas where we need to help each other in the workplace. So this could be even related to employee wellness, like suicide prevention. The same set of skills are needed to step in and intervene with a peer on areas of concern about their well-being. So certainly employee wellness is impacted in a great way. But similarly, if you even thought of the situation of over driving, we have 2 officers in a car, and how comfortable does an officer feel in intervening to help their partner slow down and be more mindful or consider if they should be off of a pursuit. So in those situations, it's actually building that skill set. And so in this training, they're going to give officers and civilians a skill set for intervening in a positive way and early on, so that we're not waiting too long before something maybe more significant happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so in that regard, if you could compare it to something like de-escalation, where that's also, that concept itself is not new, but how you do it and how you might approach it under various situations is what officers receive additional training in. So is there a similar concept here where you're pointing out whether it's someone not really being aware as to how to intervene if you're seeing somebody who's tired or who's got some potential other issue, that you're equipping officers with the skills necessary to raise these issues in some positive way, as opposed to either staying silent or, and I'm assuming also this is not a whistleblower kind of thing where you're trying to get officers to identify misconduct and report. I mean, those things I presume are already covered and outside this concept. So by grasping kind of what the whole thing will be about.
Exactly. Well, what they really do is they pull into the social science behind understanding bystandership, and they look at professions across the nation, really, the medical field, other areas. The aviation has also had to implement bystandership training to look at how to intervene, especially when there's rank involved. And so how to intervene in a positive way, in a way that is consistent with your core values, and also really has the best interest of both parties involved, or all parties involved. So, but again, it's taking the best practices from what we've seen in other intervention programs, like I said, in the medical field and aviation and other areas.
Right. Okay. And then the second question that I was asking was about the degree to which, the new skills would be, are considered perishable. So, is it one-time training, or is it going to require ongoing periodic updates, or what will that look like?
Thank you. It'll be a one-time training of 8 hours for everyone involved, but then ABLE has 2-hour updates that they will provide for us that we can continue to implement in our 2-year recertification cycle.
And 2 years meaning certification that the department's getting certified every 2 years to be able to be a provider, if you will, of this type of training.
Yeah, I guess I should use the term certification loosely. We are required to have an update on an ongoing basis, and they will provide those for us on a regular basis as well. We have discussed with them that we have a 2-year post cycle where we're doing 24 hours of post training every 2 years. And it takes roughly 1.5 years to train our whole department in one concept. So we would fold that 2-hour refresher into that 2-year cycle.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker, any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Actually, Dr. Pennell and Chief Reyna, you answered all of my questions in the process. I do, and in the previous briefings we've received on this topic. So thank you very much for the work you put in to get us to this place and to move us forward. I'm looking forward to the implementation. I believe this program will be excellent for the department. So I thank you for all your hard work in taking us this far. Thank you.
Commissioner Soberoff, any questions? Dr. Purnell, Chief Reyna, Chief Moore, I want to echo the remarks by Commissioner Decker. I think that this program is going to be a game changer. It's one of those programs that gets into an organization and helps to change its culture. So I want to thank all of you for all of your efforts in helping to bring ABLE onto the Los Angeles Police Department. And I think that this is going to be something that is going to help our department truly embody the notion of 21st century policing. Thank you for everything. And at this time, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the Public Safety Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go to item 5B on the agenda, the Department's Special Weapons and Tactics 10-year review. Deputy Chief Kowalski will be presenting.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore. Hear me okay?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Well, good. Again, good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. T-Fink, and Carlos, and Inspector General, and more importantly, the public for our opportunity to present today. Thank you again. On behalf of myself, Al Labrada, I'm the Director, Office of Operations, and Deputy Chief Kowalski here sitting beside me. Today, we'll present the report that delineates a comprehensive 10-year analysis requested by Chief Moore relative to events from January 1st, 2012 through June 30th, 2022 for our special weapons and tactics. This report outlines force utilized by Metropolitan Division, SWAT personnel, specifically identifies force used during spontaneous critical incidents while supporting other department entities and also while serving high-risk search warrants. The report identifies both categorical, non-categorical use of forces associated with SWAT deployment involvement. And in addition, we took a look at the review of force, also demarcates the following personnel selection process review, as well as common practices review of officers within SWAT that have multiple incidents, oversight of de-escalation efforts, as well as the use of disengagement and review of improved practices for SWAT. In preparation for this review of this report, these incidents, a comprehensive review of SWAT after action reports, use of force logs were reviewed and compared with records maintained by Force Investigation Division and Critical Incident Review Division. The information utilized to prepare this report was provided to the IG as well for concurrence in the review as well for the SWAT 10-year review. I would like to amend a correction that was found on page 14 relative to the chart that depicts the officers with multiple incidents. It's on page 14, officer depicted as HD. There's an incident dated 5/3/22 that remains under investigation on that line. We reviewed for the 10 years a total of 1,350 incidents that were identified that met the criteria for SWAT deployment. Of those, 1,022 SWAT activations either met the criteria for a barricaded suspect or a modified package of SWAT personnel for crisis negotiation teams or a SWAT incident. Our analysis of the 1,350 incidents determined that for 1,245 of those incidents, or 92% of those, the incidents concluded without any type of force used by SWAT officers. As a comparison, the report initially requested by then Chief William Bratton by the SWAT Executive Summary Board of Inquiry Amendment item number 1 dated January 22, 2007. During that evaluation, SWAT incidents over a period from 1972 to 2005, and that found during that report that 83% of SWAT incidents concluded without any type of force used by officers. So there is an improvement. There's still work to be done, as mentioned. In every of these incidents, our guiding principles is reverence for human life. We continue to strive towards resolving all incidents peacefully and with no force. As you are aware, SWAT deployments involve some of the most violent individuals, and our SWAT officers are faced with solving these complex incidents with the minimum amount of force necessary to apprehend these individuals. The methods and resources assessing the information available to the decision makers, the IC, assessing the information available to those to make the decision to make it a safe conclusion, and the ability for us to utilize every option available to resolve the situation. The expectations we have of SWAT are high, and we will continue to evaluate and improve those performances through the various levels of review within the department and best practices. We remain committed to the public safety for all Los Angeles, and we strive to improve. And although the findings depicted significant efforts to resolve peacefully, we will always continue to identify clear and consistent methods to resolve incidents peacefully ongoing. I'll now ask Commanding Officer of Counterterrorism, Deputy Chief Kowalski, to provide a more thorough analysis of the report.
Good morning. As mentioned by Chief Labrada, 92% of the SWAT incidents concluded without any type of force used by officers. For the remaining 8%, 95 incidents were identified. 20, or 1.48%, resulted in an officer-involved shooting. 7 were classified as a categorical use of force other than an OIS. The remaining 78 resulted in a non-categorical use of force. In evaluating the 20 incidents where an OIS occurred, patterns were identified with any of the involved officers concerning risk behaviors. With the exception of the most recent SWAT OIS that occurred on May 3rd, 2022, all of the incidents listed have either been reviewed at all levels of the department or are currently in the review process. In these incidents, SWAT has confronted persons displaying the most violent behavior towards police. 11 incidents, the suspect fired at police officers. In 3 incidents, the suspect pointed a firearm at SWAT personnel. In 3 instances, officers were struck by gunfire. 2 of those wounded and 1 struck in the ballistic helmet, escaping serious injury. Other weapons used included a crossbow where an officer was wounded, a knife, and a torch lighter. 3 incidents involved the deployment of hostage rescue tactics, the most high-risk and dynamic tactics employed by SWAT to stop a violent suspect. The tactics and training for these situations have evolved over the years since 2005, displaying more restraint by police officers rather than a mindset of immediate police intervention, traits that the Board of Inquiry found to be prevalent in its 2007 report. In the 4 most recent incidents over the past 2 years, 2 of the suspects initiated violent crime sprees in our communities with firearms before SWAT was contacted. Another shot a SWAT officer during the standoff, and in the most recent incident, the suspect fired indiscriminately out an apartment window in the downtown area after SWAT attempted to resolve the incident peacefully. The analysis also found tremendous restraint by SWAT During the evaluation period, 7 incidents were identified where a suspect fired at SWAT officers that did not result in the use of deadly force. Further evaluation included a review of the individual officers involved. 5 officers were identified as being involved in 3 OISs over this period. We did not identify any concerns or issues with these incidents involving 3 of the officers. The remaining 2 each had 1 incident classified by the Board of Police Commission as administrative disapproval, which was the same incident in 2017. No other issues or patterns were identified. During the review period, 328 high-risk search warrants were executed, none resulting in an OIS by SWAT. Only 3 or less than 1% resulted in a non-categorical use of force. It's important to note that SWAT conducts a detailed and thorough screen down process for the service of search warrants and is judicious in its selection of warrants to serve in our communities. In 2014, the ACLU produced a report titled, "The War Comes Home, the Excessive Militarization of American Policing." Their report evaluated 818 SWAT-related incidents from over 20 law enforcement agencies in 11 different states, and found that the majority of the SWAT teams in these agencies were often deployed unnecessarily and aggressively to execute search warrants and low-level drug investigations, with only a minimum number of deployments by the SWAT teams for barricaded or hostage scenarios. Several of the incidents cited in this report resulted in a loss of life to persons not involved in any type of criminal behavior. Given the high standards for warrant services by LAPD SWAT, it's evident that the model of serving warrants for only the most violent offenders reduces risk for the public and maintains credibility with our communities. The 2007 SWAT BOI also concluded that SWAT personnel who were the subject of serious discipline were not being removed from the unit. The LAPD maintains high standards for SWAT, and this has been proven since the BOI concluded. In 2012, a SWAT officer who used a taser on a suicidal subject while standing on an elevated platform, resulting in his death, was permanently removed from the unit. 5 other SWAT officers since 2008 have been removed for incidents either on duty or off duty that were inconsistent with our core values. I'd like to highlight the following areas that have been identified as best practices to reduce the risk of deadly force being applied by SWAT personnel. The selection process. Selecting the right personnel is critical. While physical fitness will always be important, critical thinking and problem solving are tenets required of today's SWAT officer. Selecting persons from diverse backgrounds is also our goal, to ensure that we have a cadre of officers who not only represent the rest of the LAPD, but represent our communities as well. In 2021, CTSOB revised the SWAT selection process, placing more emphasis on critical thinking scenarios by implementing force option simulators and discretionary engagement exercises in the selection process. Additionally, to assist all candidates with the physical fitness and marksmanship requirements needed to be a SWAT officer, SWAT supervisors and officers provided workshops on the physical fitness test and pistol training to prepare prospective candidates for the testing. After a robust and aggressive recruitment effort spearheaded by our metropolitan captains and in partnership with our DEI officer, Commander Flores, 89 candidates from throughout the department applied to be SWAT officers. Further enhancements for a fair and open process included having a SWAT lieutenant share each interview panel, along with a supervisor from outside the department. After a thorough selection process, 12 candidates were selected to attend SWAT school in 2022. All 12 recently graduated, which included 1 Korean officer, the 2nd female officer ever to be assigned to LAPD SWAT, and 2 officers from our patrol divisions with no prior Metropolitan Division experience. SWAT deployment. SWAT deployment teams today reflect a more progressive model rather than a tactical footprint. All SWAT deployments include a behavioral sciences psychologist, a representative from our mental evaluation unit, a metropolitan detective assigned to assist with investigative background searches, and at least 3 sergeants, 2 of whom are assigned to tactics and 1 sergeant exclusively dedicated to oversee our crisis negotiation teams. This model has allowed SWAT to transition over the years from an over-reliance on tactics to crisis negotiations. The LAPD SWAT has also pioneered in life-saving methods during deployments. The LA Fire Department tactical emergency medics are now assigned to SWAT and readily available to provide medical aid to all persons during any deployment in order to save lives. Additionally, for command oversight, either myself, Commander Paulson, or one of the two Metropolitan Command captains responds to every SWAT deployment as another layer of managerial oversight. Tactical disengagement. Consistent with our core value of quality through continuous improvement to reduce deadly encounters, the LAPD, spearheaded by our SWAT leadership team, initiated the implementation of tactical disengagement in 2016, which provided our incident commanders more options and the ability to contact not only SWAT for advice, but also MEU. This was codified as a policy in 2019, and in the same year, the LAPD pursued a grant on de-escalation through crisis negotiations and disengagement protocols when handling non-criminal suicidal or persons experiencing mental illness. The screen down process. Similar to the screening of high-risk search warrants, it's equally important to deploy SWAT only to those incidents that clearly meet the criteria of a violent situation beyond the scope of our patrol officers. The 2007 SWAT BOI recommended having 2 lieutenants assigned to SWAT. This model today provides the department with the ability to have a tactical expert available to provide direction and advice to incident commanders 24 hours a day, while at the same time assessing whether the incident does rise to the level of a SWAT response. During 2021, SWAT deployed to 129 incidents. Due to the screen down process, 163 other incidents were resolved by the on-call SWAT lieutenant and the incident commander through guidance and advice rather than the deployment of SWAT to a neighborhood. Crisis negotiation teams, or CNT. There are other scenarios that do not meet the criteria for a full-scale SWAT response, but requires a small contingent of SWAT personnel to help resolve an incident peacefully. CNT responds to non-criminal, suicidal, or mentally ill subjects who may be armed or on an elevated platform. In 2021, 19 incidents met this criteria. This model focuses on providing incident commanders with options to safely take persons into custody through voluntary compliance. A SWAT lieutenant is present at all of these responses for proper oversight. All SWAT personnel receive 40 hours of CNT training in the 12-week SWAT school, and members who express a desire to be part of the CNT cadre receive additional training to enhance their skills and expertise. As another layer to reduce risk, every single member of SWAT attends a refresher course on CNT each calendar year. The use of robotics and technology. The LAPD has been at the forefront of technology to reduce deadly encounters with suspects. The use of robotics, pole-mounted cameras, small unmanned aircraft systems, and thermal cameras have provided our decision makers better situational awareness, removes adrenaline and emotion from the incident, and reduces the risk of SWAT being placed in a position for a violent encounter unless it is absolutely necessary. The goal for SWAT is to be the most technologically advanced SWAT team in the nation, while at the same time understanding the sensitivity on the use of technology by SWAT during dangerous encounters, and only using these tools when absolutely necessary. The LAPD has continued to work with the Board of Police Commissioners on not only timely and accurate reporting on the use of our technology, but also expanding our technological capabilities for the future to reduce risk to all involved. Vertical staff meetings. Similar to the vertical staff meetings that were initiated in 2021 with our bomb squad personnel, the CTSOB command staff has initiated these meetings with different members of Metropolitan Division over the last year to assess the workplace environment and ensure that all employees have an opportunity to discuss any workplace issues. Moving forward, similar meetings will be initiated with SWAT supervisors and officers. While American policing, especially with the increase in violence over the past 2 years, will continue the need for highly specialized tactical police officers trained and equipped to handle the most violent scenario to protect our communities, it is equally important that those assigned to perform those duties are committed to preserving and saving lives. while displaying teamwork, discipline, critical thinking, the use of technology, restraint, and compassion to resolve even the most deadliest of encounters. The LAPD will remain at the forefront of setting these standards for all municipal SWAT teams throughout the nation, while being transparent in our performance to ensure that we maintain the public's trust during each of our deployments to protect Los Angeles. We are prepared to address any questions you may have regarding this report or anything else related to LAPD SWAT operations.
Thank you, Chief Labrada and Chief Kowalski. Chief Kowalski, you partially addressed one of my concerns, which was diversity in the selection process. I'm glad to hear that a female officer was selected for SWAT this year. But can you tell us the number of female candidates that applied for SWAT, and also the number of female officers who apply for Metro Division and are selected for that division?
President Briggs, I don't have the exact number. I have the total number of applicants. We did have 89 total applicants. I don't have the breakdown in terms of gender, and I can get back to you on those specific numbers. I just don't want to be incorrect in my what I provide for you. But I will add that one of the efforts made this year in terms of the outreach, not only working with Commander Flores and all the affinity groups with outreach for diversifying, not just SWAT, but Metropolitan as a whole, was the efforts specifically by Captain Bixler and Moda to do outreach at this year's Women's Symposium and discuss how we can broaden the pool of candidates, especially female candidates, and setting them up for success for selection. We are currently in the process of going through interviews overall for Metropolitan and building out a pool of candidates to choose from. And obviously diversity is our primary goal as we move towards making specific selections for new members.
Commissioner Briggs, this is Al again. I will acknowledge the work that's been done by both Captain Bixler and Captain Moda relative to the outreach. Recently, we did have a discussion on the importance of reaching out to those within the department that truly do not understand the role of not only SWAT, but Metropolitan Division. They put together a short PSA, internal PSA for our membership. And they also offered shooting clinics for some of the officers too that were having difficulties in that qualification portion. So having those affords those additional opportunities to those officers that sometimes don't think they meet the criteria or don't have the experience to be able to do that. So it's a good tool, but more importantly, an important tool of being more diverse in our efforts within the department.
Thank you, Chief Labrada. Thank you, Chief Kowalski. One last question. The Los Angeles Times had reported, I guess it was June or May, the incident of the SWAT officer making the comment of happy hunting. But along with that comment posted in the newspaper, it was reported that there is this, I don't want to go so far as to say a gang but cliques of officers within the SWAT and the mentality that goes along with that. Can you speak to that? I mean, look, we're here as oversight of the LAPD. We certainly don't want to have or seem to have the situation that the Sheriff's Department is faced with in that regard. So can you speak to that, please?
I'll start, Commissioner Briggs. Good question, and thank you for bringing that up. Very concerning that that topic was brought up, and as you know, that was identified through the Force Investigation Review of the officer-involved shooting. Immediate action was taken on that employee, as well as initiating a personnel complaint, which is still in review process. Ultimately, will be presented to the Chief of Police. Culturally, what we look at is the implementation of many of the things that have been implemented to ensure that that accountability is there, but also to identify any concerns. Continued discussion on those topics that immediately was taken on by the OIC of the unit once that topic was that comment was identified, but also ongoing reviews, not only this 10-year review of incidents that have occurred, but also what we're looking at for the diversity and more importantly, the oversight of the entire unit are critical aspects of what we're doing to ensure that these type of events, or the perception that this is occurring, is occurring within Metropolitan Division.
Thank you very much, Chief Labrada. Commissioner Sobroff, I see your mic is open. Do you have some questions?
Sure, almost as a follow-up to yours, Commissioner Briggs. Will you talk a little bit about how, as a SWAT officer, with the additional danger in that job, which brings additional stress in the job, which can bring cynicism, can bring need for more mental health timeouts, time off, and recycling back into the department. How do we deal with all those things? Now, I did read the report, and all of them are addressed in different sections of the report, but give us a couple minutes on that. Burnout is really the word. When is there too much? When is it too much for the normal officer to handle? Is it 3 years? Is it 7 years? Should they get more as far as time off goes? Can you deal with that issue?
It's a good question, sir, and obviously the wellness of our employees, we try to make that a priority. The operational tempo for SWAT is extremely high in terms of the call outs that they're asked to respond to. We try to ensure that with the makeup and the number of officers that we have assigned to SWAT, that we allow our officers have enough downtime so they're not always on call. And we obviously want to be concerned about burnout and fatigue in that respect. But also, as you mentioned, the mental fatigue that this could have. One of the benefits over the last few years I mentioned in my remarks was the importance of having behavioral sciences embedded in our response teams. And on the surface, that appears to be to address the persons that we're trying to take into custody safely. But also what I've seen the benefit of that is our psychologists through behavioral sciences are very familiar with all of our SWAT officers because they respond to so many different deployments that there's a comfort for all of our SWAT team members to know these doctors. And in some of the informal discussions with the leadership team, many of our members go to them for any concerns they have about their mental well-being, whether it's issues that they've encountered in dealing with a violent situation or issues that they face on a personal level, because the demands are so high on them. We ask them to drop everything, and family does have an impact. I think the second part of what you're asking too is with the leadership team that we have right now in SWAT, at the bureau level, we're very selective on the type of sergeants that we want to put in there and lieutenants, because they really set the tone a lot. And what we learned with from that board of inquiry was, I think the board had assessed that there was a mindset of officers really setting the tone versus the supervisors, and that has completely changed. And because the focus and emphasis by our leadership team on SWAT is to not have this militarized approach to dealing with the community, because that can make officers become more insular and not want to deal and be as open. And our lieutenants are very sensitive to that, about not this being an us versus them and the impact that can have on our officers. So it's something that we're continually addressing and looking at.
Chief, will you comment a little bit about this issue? And also, is there a term limit, in your opinion, either a practical or a written term limit for someone being involved with something as intense as SWAT?
So there's currently not a term limit or a duty assignment duration. That was one of the recommendations from back in 2007, and it's something that we have looked at periodically. That's been talked about here is the resilience of the personnel that are selected, how critical it is that we pick the right people first. and then that we ensure their wellness and well-being over the course of their assignment. And that monitoring is both in informal conversations on the scenes as well as discussions in hallways, roll call settings. There was an opportunity to evaluate that as well when the unfortunate incident happened where this individual platoon member made this remark that was just so troubling in a sense of its cavalier manner in which he expressed it. And while it may have been a gallows humor or to your point, an expression of some types of means of blowing off stress or thought it was humorous or otherwise, when the sit down came from the officers in charge and with the entire platoon, and they stood down that entire platoon to have a discussion about just how damaging that is to the very reputation, to the confidence in that unit, was to also monitor and evaluate, engage people's reception to that and their willingness to not just acknowledge it, but to take it in and take it to heart and ensure that their actions remain professional, and that's both on the camera and off the camera, that there's so much that we place on the of expectations that I place, that my predecessors have placed on this unit. They go to the worst situations, the most trying and difficult, and it is not a brawn issue, it's a brain issue. It's one that we expect them to demonstrate compassion, reverence for life. Preservation of life must be their guiding principle. It's not what weapon to use, it's what mechanism to use in which to safely resolve the situation. We look at this in a macro. When I look at the number of instances they respond to and the instances in which they've had to resort to deadly force, 20 instances and nearly 1,400 deployments. And you see that in a number of those, they've been shot at, they've been wounded, they've been actively engaged by individuals that would not allow a safe resolution. We look at a number of metrics inside there: time to tear gas. How is the role of CNT? We talk with the CNT personnel about the perception, the psychologists, police psychologists, who do not work for Metro, do not work for SWAT. They work for our chief psychologist for the entire organization. What's their perception? What's their feedback as to the instances in which SWAT is demonstrating and living by the tenets? I'll close by saying that I had an opportunity last week when I was in Boston to have an off conversation with Dr. Purnell, who was formerly a police psychologist back in early 2001, 2, and 3, where I was a young captain at the time, and where CNT, as the psychologist, was with a barricade, and the tactical team came to me. Now, this was 20 years ago, and said, "It's time to go tactical. We've exhausted CNT." And that CNT operator said, "No." The psychologist said, "No, give us a little more chance. We think we can resolve this." And that's the way we went, and it was resolved safely without having to go to tactical. That vote, that voice, that veto right exists to this day. So all these aspects go into the mental health and wellness. I will say, in looking at most recently, the increase in gun violence and the increase of violence in our street, that we're seeing an increased level of deployments, even though they screen down less essential responses, that in the last 2 years, 125 responses, 129 responses. That's 46% higher than the previous 8-year average. So we are going to continue to look at the staffing levels here, because there is a limit that no matter how much resilience training and how much care and well-being we provide these individuals, there is just the amount of trauma that they see, they're exposed to, that over time I have concerns about. So we will, with the increased threat nature and the challenges against their safety, we'll also be looking, as a result of this review as well, the staffing numbers to ensure that they are having enough time to go off the grid, rehabilitate, to recharge, renew, and go back at this. Now, lastly, I'll say that anytime there's a critical incident involving the death of an individual, or certainly an officer-involved shooting, that there's a mandatory stand down of those operators. But I also know, in talking with Metropolitan Division and this chain of command, that individuals that are in a high crisis scenario where they may not have to resort to deadly force, but the SWAT platoon leaders and command have the ability to shift people around so that they are not from one highly stressed traumatic event into the other and just continue to have that persistent stress, that we have the ability to pull them off and make sure that they have time to recharge and renew.
Chief, I have one more, if I may. technology, new technology for SWAT. I remember just in my short period of 10 years with the as a commissioner, SWAT did not have certain kinds of technology or equipment, didn't have robot entries, didn't have a number of technology items that could advantage it to continue the de-escalation and the excellent record that you talked about. What do you see in the near future? What do we need?
Right.
Where are we?
So obviously in the last 10 years with the onset of body worn video, we gained a great deal of transparency by equipping SWAT operators with body worn video on those, and so that we can, in the aftermath of events where they escalate to a deadly force situation or not, go back and debrief and actually see the communications, coordination, the teamwork, the delivery of tactics, and evaluate that as part of the debriefing that these teams go through. The use of drones, small aerial vehicles that this commission approved. Now, I think it's been about 3 years. That has allowed us to be able to stand back and address deadly threats and challenging circumstances without having to put our people in harm's way. Most recently, with the support of the foundation, we'll be pursuing the acquisition of a advanced robotic out of, I think it's Boston Science, that improves the robotics that we have historically used for entry into barricades. Currently, in the absence of that more updated technology, we're using bomb robot vehicles, which are extremely heavy and very difficult to maneuver. And then we have some throw bots that are a little more portable. But this next evolution of the technology, I believe, is going to allow us to, again, keep the human on human aspect, to minimize it, to be able to safely continue the efforts to de-escalate and find alternatives to having to put a force on force option. And so, this is our commitment is to continue to do this evolution. And I'm proud of this team that is constantly working with industry and academia to find a better mousetrap, better tools in which to go about their work.
Good, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Silveroff. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. And thank you, Chief Labrada, Chief Kowalski, for your presentation, and certainly Chief Moore for his comments. Chief Kowalski, I think I understand this from your report and your presentation, but I want to be sure that I am clear. In terms of this report and this analysis generated out of the comment made on body-worn video that Commissioner Briggs highlighted. But I'd like to understand your conclusions as a result of your investigation, this report, the clear conclusions you have drawn as a result of this review and how it relates to the comment made by that SWAT officer.
Commissioner Decker.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. As we evaluated this, looking at the last 10 years, try to determine, okay, is there an issue in SWAT that we're not seeing that we need to be aware of? And evaluating the 20 incidents of the officer-involved shootings over the last 10.5 years. Starting with Chief Moore, when we have any incident that does involve SWAT, everything is highly scrutinized. And I think, as having been in this bureau now for a few years and incidents have occurred, every single time that SWAT is involved in any type of incident that's being reviewed, at some point when we look at the tactics used or the actions by our officers, it gives us pause and an opportunity to possibly look at, are our tactics and policies appropriate? Do we need to evaluate them and update them? And in looking at several of these incidents that did result in an officer-involved shooting, there have been changes made by our department in terms of our tactics and our training, as recently as an incident that occurred last year. So we are maintaining high standards. We're scrutinizing all these incidents. I think looking at the data, Chief Labrada mentioned where we were, 83%. Now we're at 92% of compliance with suspects taken into custody safely. Our goal is 100%, but I think it does demonstrate the improvement. As the commanding officer of the Bureau, we're striving for perfection, but looking at the analysis of all these incidents, I'm satisfied with the findings. Now, looping in the comment made by one of our officers, it is disturbing and it is concerning. The mandate that we have for all of our officers is a level of professionalism, but I think with SWAT officers, we even expect more because of the national and probably worldwide attention that LAPD SWAT does bring. So in selecting personnel, like I mentioned, with the leadership team from the captains, lieutenants, down to the sergeants, to the P3+1s, I think it's a continual discussion and being on top of those issues and addressing it. Chief Labrada mentioned about that comment being made. We did identify it immediately. We took actions internally. The complaint was initiated and we are addressing it. It's ongoing. I think for all of our officers, we want to maintain those standards, and we're going to continue to evaluate all these incidents, whether it's resulting in an OAS, a categorical law enforcement related injury, or non-categorical. Every incident that our officers, that SWAT responds to, results in an after action report. We do have a database that we review and look at what was the time that we used for crisis negotiation tactics? When did we move into the next phase where it was tactics? Could we have done better? We evaluate the use of our robotics. And I think the level we're at of scrutiny and oversight is appropriate. But again, I think we can continue to improve.
Commissioner,
If you don't mind, Chief Labrada, I'm happy to hear from you. Just let me ask some very pointed questions, and then Chief Labrada, I'd love to hear your comments. But Chief Kowalski, just to be clear, did you conclude that this was an isolated incident, the comment that was made?
My conclusion, it is an isolated incident.
And did you conclude that whatever generated that comment, whether it be an offhanded comment or whatever, is not pervasive throughout SWAT?
It is not pervasive throughout SWAT. And I think that in dealing with the leadership team in SWAT, when this did occur, immediate action was taken, and I felt that it was swift and appropriate. Chief Labrada mentioned, and Chief Moore did as well, about meeting with all the SWAT personnel and the impact that this had on not just SWAT, but the entire organization.
So just to follow up on that, in those meetings, did you conclude that there was no acceptance of that comment?
Absolutely.
And did you develop an understanding that SWAT understood individually and collectively how such a comment can undermine not just SWAT, but policing overall?
Yes.
And did you identify any patterns that should be brought to the attention of the commission?
No, I didn't identify any patterns, and it was my conclusion that it was an isolated incident.
Okay. And as part of your investigation or the oversight that is done about SWAT that you have already identified or described, I should say, was there a review of body-worn cameras in all of those incidents where it was available, understanding SWAT did not have it as long as some of the patrol units?
Yes, evaluating these incidents, reviewed all the body-worn video that was available to us.
Okay. Chief Labrada, I apologize for interrupting you, but I wanted to be sure that I understood exactly what Chief Kowalski was saying. So, sir, go ahead.
No, thank you, Commissioner. So I think an important point on this, Commissioner, regarding the overall findings on this thing. I think Chief Moore mentioned it, the perception, the embarrassment that this caused. I think that was addressed quickly. The acknowledgement of the team members that this is not a path moving forward in how we discuss incidents in preparation for critical incidents or either pre or post. More importantly, the perception of the community. I think the report highlighted that there's no patterns of behavior where officers are continuously in an effort to use deadly force. The efforts to de-escalate are continuous. Is there room for improvement? Yes. Anytime there's force, anytime there's the loss of life, there's always room for improvement. We have to continue to strive that. But also we're proud of the efforts that are being made to ensure that de-escalation, the efforts of the involvement of BSS, the efforts of the CNT to try to de-escalate, also the efforts of the disengagement in some of these incidents, And as was highlighted, many of these incidents are resolved via phone with concurrence from the lieutenant giving some advice to the on-scene incident commander to try to de-escalate. To take our time is the important topic. And I wanted to highlight that because I think the important part of this report is to identify that there is not a pattern of action of utilizing significant deadly force when it's unfortunately not necessary, but more importantly, to ensure that we continue to improve on what we can do better, and more importantly, an understanding by our officers, our SWAT officers, that we're going to be taking a close look at all their actions or comments continuously, as it has been done, and taking action appropriately. So I think that's important to highlight as part of this report.
Thank you, Chief Labrada, because my next question was, how does this report inform you as to the actions you're going to be taking in the future? And I believe you just answered that, correct?
Well, we'll have to keep taking a close look, Commissioner. It's a work in progress and making improvements. We have strong leadership there. We're really confident they'll take appropriate action, but more importantly, with the use of the technology, not only the body-worn video, but other methods that we have to try to not have tactical engagement on anything. I think that's going to help us and to continue to improve that, to avoid these incidents of violence, but also holding our people accountable when there's comments or any other action take that's inappropriate against our core values.
Thank you. Chief Kowalski, did you want to add anything to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'll just make a comment, perhaps a question, we'll see, on diversity. And I certainly appreciate the efforts undertaken to ensure you have a number of applicants, a diverse group of applicants in your pool. I'll say in this day and age, it is disappointing that there's only one woman in SWAT. But I am happy to hear that you are also encouraging individuals to apply who have diverse experiences within the department, such as coming directly from patrol. I am correct that currently there's one woman, even though she is the second woman to serve in SWAT. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner. I do have the, I apologize for the delay getting this information. We did have 3 applicants apply to SWAT in the current class that just graduated. 1 completed it. So we have 1 female applicant. That's a second, or I'm sorry, one additional. That's the second that we've had in the SWAT. We had a total of 20 apply recently for the Metropolitan Division pool that I mentioned earlier. There was a significant amount of outreach by Captain Mota and Captain Bixler. And out of those 20 that applied for Metro, 10 of them are currently still going through the process.
Thank you. That's helpful. And just so I have all the numbers thrown out today correct. So that was 3 women out of 89 applicants for SWAT. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So obviously that needs to be improved. And I would suggest speaking to women in the department to find out why they're not applying. I understand you can do a lot of outreach, but there may be more systemic or cultural issues that are inhibiting their desire to apply as well. And I just ask you to consider that. With that, Commissioner Briggs, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm going to shift gears slightly. First question is reflecting on going back 20 or so years all the way to Columbine, when there was one of the things that came out of that was the shift, I think, in active shooter situations from containment to engagement, where you're going to, go in and engage a shooter. Question is, I know we're talking with SWAT is primarily barricaded suspects and warrants and the like, but question just is, has there been any similarly significant change in SWAT tactics similar to the shift that I just described for active shooters? Has there been any similar shifts in SWAT tactics in the last several years, and with any particular outcome, whether it's improved or reduced injuries or reduced uses of force or the like?
I think the best way I could answer that question to you, sir, I mean, we for specific training related active shooter, we have dedicated Metro cadre that works closely with Chief Reyna and Training Bureau. We have the most updated training available to our department personnel overall that's being trained. SWAT, as being part of that, are subject matter experts over the years to assist with different variations of those training over the years. One area I think tactically that I could talk about, that's not necessarily an active shooter scenario training, but
Excuse me, and remember what I'm asking is, I noted the change in way active shooters are addressed, but I'm asking relative to how you approach barricaded suspects or serve high risk warrants. Has there been any similarly significant shift in how those operations are conducted?
I would say there hasn't been tremendous amount of change for that related to SWAT. I think though that their tactics though have evolved in all these various scenarios. The one I was going to mention, sir, was just our assessment when we have a scenario where it could potentially be a hostage rescue and we have to immediately respond. Those tactics have evolved tremendously since 2005. And the decision to go in and when to go in is continually being assessed and determining what is a hostage versus someone that's just is inside with our suspect. So SWAT continues to be at the forefront of all aspects of this part and continue to evolve and change.
The other area I would want to point out, and Chief Kowalski pointed out earlier, but tactical disengagement. This is a concept that was brought and developed in 2014 into 15, where not just a SWAT deployment, but even police response that is not SWAT related to an individual who may pose a risk to themselves. Historic standards, if you go, again, going back, say prior to 2014 or 2015, an individual armed with a handgun inside of a residence or a knife and is expressing suicidal thoughts would be a barricaded suspect. And SWAT would respond in an effort to resolve it safely. And the vast majority of times they would. In the aftermath of a tragic outcome of an individual that was on a elevated surface and an effort to engage with that individual, the concept of disengaging individuals who pose such risks to themselves, only to themselves, rather than escalating by the presence of SWAT and a continuation of engagement by SWAT, was something that this platoon wrestled with and developed the concept, and now have appeared on the national stage to talk about and instruct other departments across the country in the concept of SWAT tactically disengaging. Now they've already done well in tactically disengaging where they don't do high risk warrants, where we don't do no-knock warrants that we see many times practiced. Again, a concept that Chief Kowalski referenced that was something that we learned decades ago. But when you ask most recently what the change in SWAT deployment practice has been, it has been this issue of de-escalating potential rescue situations. It's referenced in passing in the report that just because a person inside a house, a family member or others, doesn't automatically escalate that to a hostage scenario where it requires an instant response. And then secondly, instances in which we're there, do we break off? And again, I'm proud of the work there within the on-scene reason staff, command officers, as well as the leadership team there, is that there are times in which tactical operators would want to continue the engagement. And the decision is, what do we have here? And if the risk is isolated and can be encapsulated into that location and no one else in the public is at risk, then we'll de-escalate and actually disengage from that scenario, work with our mental health professionals, work with follow-up efforts to resolve it safely, but at a different time and place.
Appreciate that. I had a couple of questions, just I wanted to get quickly. This is primarily on the issue of command and control. But first, kind of leading into that topic, can you just clarify once again, kind of the interplay between this is on the decision-making as to when an incident is going to be handled by SWAT versus the division?
Yeah.
How that decision is made.
So when an incident happens, Commissioner, so I'll give an example. We have an active or a situation where a barricade is declared. So in a patrol response to an incident, the individual is armed inside a residence. Initially, you're probably going to have a sergeant or a lieutenant at scene as the incident commander. That call is made to the lieutenant of SWAT, who screens down the incident based on the information known. The suspect's known to be inside. He has obviously a weapon in this case. Normally, what we're going to launch is a SWAT package, is what's called, which should include a CNT support element as well. BSS will be part of that response as well. But as we evolve into the incident, as it starts growing, as Deputy Chief Kowalski mentioned, we're going to have somebody from counterterrorism, usually a captain or commander or a deputy chief as well as a command staff officer from that bureau. So let's say, for instance, in Central Bureau, we'll respond. The incident commander, and most likelihood, will be a captain or a commander from Central Bureau in this case. And the important discussion on the tactics and what leads up next to is going to be discussed amongst the group. So for a command and control, there's discussion on what the next steps are going to be. There's no exigency or rush to move forward, but there's going to be concurrence from the group, normally from input from the lieutenant assigned to the SWAT platoon, giving insight on what they're seeing, information obtained. Concurrently, they're getting information from family members, from neighbors. Obviously, they're doing evacuations for the safety of the surrounding neighborhood. But we're trying to gather as much information as possible relative to that incident. And it's important that those decisions are based on that information we get. But ultimately, that decision will fall on that incident commander, which will be the captain or commander from that bureau.
And just to add, sir, when Chief Labrada mentioned when the SWAT lieutenant takes that initial call and it's determined that this would be an official barricade that would require a SWAT response, I am contacted on every SWAT call out and ensuring that it's appropriate and it meets the criteria. And as I mentioned with the special operations oversight, we work hand in hand with the incident commander, as Chief Labrada mentioned, and some of the things that do occur on scene in terms of command and control and oversight are the command briefings that we have. That includes the SWAT lieutenant, myself, the incident commander, and then the entities that I mentioned as well from BSS and MEU. And it's a collective response, and the fire department is there as well to address medical and safety issues. All those decisions, everyone has a voice in these decisions. Everything is documented, and Chief Moore mentioned the process of CNT and the steps we take with that. All of that is provided to the incident commander so that they can make an informed decision before moving to the next steps.
Okay, so just two quick follow-ups, and then I'll and maybe we can talk some more about this offline. But let's talk about a situation that is highly fluid, and I started out recognizing a distinction between, say, an active shooter situation, barricaded suspect. As we're learning in the Uvalde situation, and I'm not going to get into, I'm not asking anybody to address that because that's a different investigation and discussion. But the point being that one element we know was this uncertainty of the incident commander and who that was, but also there was some I think confusion as to whether at some point in time that was a barricaded suspect situation and treated as such. So I'm asking, in this kind of situation, you have all those people you just mentioned who are talking and communicating. What protection, what measures are in place here to ensure that in those highly fluid situations, the incident command is actually clear, whether or not it starts as one thing and evolves to something else, based on how fluid the incident is?
I can give you one example that might fit the criteria that you're talking about, sir. An example of that would be a scenario where we had a male inside a residence with children inside. And it started as a very standard barricade where we were going through the processes that I explained to you, but very quickly it changed. We had information determined through the supervisor that was outside the house who was overseeing the tactics that the suspect that we were trying to take into custody was about to harm the children. And it required an immediate response where we had to use explosives to make a rapid entry inside the house. But having been at that scene and working closely with all entities, as fast as that did occur, the incident commander at the time for that incident, who was Deputy Chief Regina Scott, was quickly informed and provided the approval to make entry. That person was taken into custody safely along with the children. But that was an incident that I recall that happened so rapidly and quickly that none of us expected it. But we had the SWAT entities in place, prepared for that scenario, and the appropriate approval from our incident commander.
Right, but also in that situation, it was crystal clear throughout that time who was the incident commander.
Yes.
Focused on that's
Chief Labrada mentioned, and Chief Moore, he emphasizes this with the entire command staff, is who is in control of an incident and how we operate. If when SWAT arrives, and Chief Labrada mentioned the sergeant and lieutenant initially at scene, it usually follows by the patrol or area captain, and then ultimately the commander or deputy chief of that bureau. And then instantaneously, the highest ranking staff officer will ultimately take control, and usually noted in some form, carry a log or whoever's documenting it, that they are now the incident commander effective 1845 hours. So as those decisions are made, we know clearly who was in charge at that time and who approved it. And then that's ultimately reviewed during the categorical use of force process.
Commissioner, going back a little bit, step backwards on the initial incident and response by our field supervisors and lieutenants, they declare themselves incident commanders when they first arrive. They're making decisions based on what they have at hand, based on the initial radio call, based on the information they receive from family members, maybe people that evacuated from their residence. And, we're fortunate in the fact that our supervisors are well trained in making some of those decisions on command, not only in command and control, but in immediate action, that rapid deployment as well. Our major assault counterterrorism tactics, our MACTAC tactics that we've trained since Mumbai, and we continue to train with our folks. So it's important that those decisions are made at scene, but it's really based incident driven on what's occurring when they arrive. And it's critical that they make those decisions and not hesitate. But when there's that opportunity to slow it down, to make it safe, not only for the people involved, but for our officers, that's critical. And they have to be able to make that decision and get on the phone and get resources from SWAT. But also, if that escalates, be able to make a decision and have the adequate resources and not hesitate, because our role here is to save lives, but we have to do it safely and we have to do it appropriately.
Got it. Okay, and then this is one of the questions that we may want to follow up later. And the question just is, there is the chief mentioned, and you've mentioned a couple times, some of the data that's analyzed and how these things were reviewed and so on. And the question is there, when you're looking at situations that are handled by a division on the one hand, and those that are handled by SWAT, you started off, Chief Labrada, in kind of highlighting some of the use of force statistics and how few incidents result in that. Is there any data that, I don't even know if it's a fair comparison, but is there any data that tells us whether situations, by and large, situations handled by a division and those handled by SWAT result in either any greater or less use of force, or result in any greater or less injury to officers?
You understand the question?
I don't know if we necessarily have that data of those instances where patrol is handling it. I mean, I know our numbers are consistent probably in terms of non-categorical use of force, but I don't think I have the data available, sir, to provide that answer.
Yeah, no, I would not expect that you would, and I'm not even sure that there may be some reasons why it's not a direct or fair comparison, but that's why I also say we'll follow up offline.
I guess the question I have, Commissioner, are you looking at comparison relative to how many times they called for advice on potential SWAT incidents and what they've been able to accomplish on the onset, or it's just? I'm
looking at, in simple terms, I'm looking at things like, is there data that suggests that incidents where SWAT does respond are, where the outcomes are maybe more lethal than, when a division is handling it? Is there any difference in how they approach de-escalation or any of those kind of things? So that's what I'm trying to understand is any differences that we observe in the outcomes. And as I say, there could be, if there are any, there could be lots of reasons for that. But that's why I think it's probably a conversation that we can first have offline to frame up what it is we think we're asking, and then maybe we can figure out if there is information available.
Yeah, I know force investigation does keep the statistics on what we do utilize, the type of force utilized, and what they did to get to that point, or what they did to de-escalate. However, for the sake of SWAT, we can look at our analysis and what we responded to and how it was resolved. And I think that's what the report highlights in this 10-year review.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonner. Chief Labrada, Chief Kowalski, thank you very much for a very well thought out presentation and the information that you provided us today. We look forward to some of the changes that you discussed around diversity with respect to Metro and SWAT being implemented and some of the other areas that Chief Moore discussed with respect to new tools that SWAT can employ to de-escalate situations. Again, thank you both for this. At this time, we are going to go into closed session before taking up item 5C.
Yep.
And
do you need action on this?
thank you, Chief Moore. I move that we review and file the department's report with respect to the SWAT tenure review. Is there a second?
I second that. Thank you.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go into closed session. I suggest we start at 12:20 to give us a break before we proceed with closed session. Thank you, everyone.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss items number 5C, 6, 7A, and 7B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Everyone's back. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I would ask that you correct the chief's designation there. It appears that we have the executive director on twice today. We have finished with closed session, but at this time, we're going to go to item 5C of the regular agenda items, the department's report with regard to a new policy on social media. At this time, I would move that we approve the department's report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 6 on the agenda, the election of the officers. At this time, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Decker for continuing in her role as Vice President. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I be recognized, Mr. Briggs, Commissioner?
Yes, yes, Commissioner Decker.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Briggs to continue in his service as president.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. At this time, I would ask that the executive director report out from the closed session items.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I released item 7A, 1, officer involved shooting 044-21. Relevant to tactics, the chief's recommendations were adopted on a 4-0 vote related to 1 Sergeant 1, 1 Police Officer 3, 1 Police Officer 2, 1 Police Officer 1, as in policy, administrative disapproval for 2 Police Officer 2s. Also, an amended recommendation of the Chief of Police, out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 Detective 3 on a vote of 3-1. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, Chief of Police recommendation, 2 Police Officer 2s. Non-lethal use of force, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2, 1 Police Officer 1, in policy. Lethal use of force, in policy, 1 Police Officer 2. As it relates to item 7A2, officer involved shooting 046-21. Chief of Police recommendation unanimously adopted on a 4-0 vote related to tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 1, 2 Police Officer 2s, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 3, 1 Police Officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2s. Less lethal use of force in policy, 1 Police Officer 2, and amended out of policy, 1 Police Officer 2, vote 3-1. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 Police Officer 3. As it relates to item 7A3, non-tactical unintentional discharge. The findings are tactical debrief, 1 Police Officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting does not apply. Unintentional discharge, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 2. Chief of Police recommendations in that matter were adopted on a 4-0 vote. As it relates to item 7B, discussed. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Teepank. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I'd like to advise everybody that for the next 2 weeks, the Board of Police Commissioners will not be meeting. We will resume our meeting. What date is that, Mr. Teepank?
16th of August.
Thank you. On the 16th of August. At this point, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy your time off.
Thank you.